G'day everybody, and welcome back to Venus. And I've decided I'm gonna do it. I am going to try and fix my power woes by making this more efficient. Because I do have a lot of cooling to go through to get to a usable greenhouse. I think it's down to like 250 degrees Celsius. Let's just check to see where we're at. But I think... Oh, 212. Look at that. How fancy. Uh, yeah, still really hot. But the reason I'm thinking the phase change cooling is I had a look into how much power the phase change devices use versus how much power the air conditioners use. And I can't even remember how much power it was that the air conditioners use. I can't remember whether it was 360 watts when they're active or if it was 250, but it actually doesn't matter. Because even at the lower of those, a single air conditioner pulls more power than two phase change devices. Now, when I'd started out, I'd avoided using phase change because I didn't think I had a substance that would work on Venus because of how hot Venus is. And that's true, I don't. Except I kind of do. If I utilize water alongside the air conditioners, I can get the air conditioners down to this upper limit of water, and then I can work with water to get the rest of the cooling done. Or pretty much the rest of it done. So I actually plan to use the water that I bought from traders last week to try and probably knock out 5 of these air conditioners. So instead of using 5 air conditioners, which at the lower end would be... Okay, Shadow Drake's confirming it's 360 watts for the atmospheric AC. So 360 watts, 5 of them, is 1.8 kilowatts. So 1.8 kilowatts versus 100 watts? Like, that's massive. That's almost... That's 1.5 pipe heaters running constantly. I'm saving. So that's huge. So yeah, I was thinking I'd probably aim to knock out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5. So this cooling loop would still run, and I'd be cooling the gases on this side, and then putting out the waste heat to these 3 here. Now, there's a part of me that's tempted to actually do this by removing those air conditioners now and just do this properly. But in order to even start that process, I need to get water to here. And I need to pipe that from the thing outside. Now, apparently, also, and I'm sure you guys were telling me in chat, but I was just missing it amongst the other messages, the pump that I added on the landing pad is completely superfluous and chews a lot of power. So again, that can go. But yeah, I'm going to bring some water inside. And thank you everyone for asking how I'm doing. I am feeling overall, excuse me, a fair bit better than the other day. Still the cough and my voice is not right. But yeah, feeling quite a bit better. Thank you. So let's begin from here. Now I need to get from here all the way over and through to here, where that water pipe is. So I think I might bring it in front of this chute here. Look at me planning things. Reasoning out why I'm doing a thing. And, oh my gosh, hang on. Whoops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Thanks, Big Alex, for the Prime sub. Thank you, Larry, for the Prime sub as well. And Paul Beeler for the Prime sub too. And Kithmar, thank you so much for 18 months. There we go. Now I'm up to... Now they haven't scrolled off the bottom of the screen. And thank you, Ratfink, also for 18 months. And thank you, Series, for the 100 bits. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully I sound better on your end, because I sound better to me. I can occasionally smell things, too. I've been able to smell a small amount of food in the past 2 days, which has been delightful. I mean, it needed to be a curry or I couldn't smell it, but I've still been able to smell things. Twice. I can't smell the small... I can't smell the bad stuff, though, so I still have no idea when I need to change Toby. So I have to just constantly check him. Which is more annoying than you might imagine. I had to take a day off from work this week because I didn't have any daycare on a day I normally teach at the uni. And all day I had to set alarms on my phone to remind myself so that I didn't end up with any nappy rash or anything. The nappies do have the color change thing on them, but you can't see it through his clothes. Also, that doesn't really... That only works for wet. Alright, where was I up to? Crassus! Thanks so much for 27 months. I think this is going to be the neatest way to do this, and also the most pipe efficient. Because I haven't made any extra ridiculous bends. So something else that was suggested in some comments and on Discord as well, that might be worth looking into for my power situation, is doing it in phases. So instead of all of my power going into my battery bank and then that battery bank being drawn from to go into the base, it might be that the power draw could be balanced somewhat. I don't know how effective or not this might be, but if they all go into if say I take each of these and it goes into one of the small batteries, then that goes into 2 large transformers, which then goes into the next bank of batteries, and it's that bank of batteries I draw from. So the smaller bank of batteries is drawing from, like, is what the base is drawing from, or maybe the larger one, I'm not sure. But basically having 2 ponds with overflow from one into the next. I don't know if that'll help or not. Oh wow, I'd already done a lot of this. Wait, where have I connected that to? I can't remember how far I took that. The large battery is not off, it's just completely dead. Oh, oh dear. I had connected this all the way through. How cold is the water in that pipe? Ah, only 19 degrees. That's fine. That's fine. Ooh. Yeah, I couldn't remember how far I got the stuff through the utility tunnel. Oh. Base power usage 600 watts! Holy cow, I'd be better off having a pair of pumps here. I need to get rid of that and put a pair of pumps in, because that's 600 watts. Jeez, I'm not that impatient. Hang on, I'm going to fix this. Oof. Forgot how expensive turbo pumps were. That is not helping my power situation either. Yeah. I like having these pumps on all the time because I find it helps me keep the tanks prepped for me. if I don't have them on all the time, I will forget and I'll need it at a time when it's unfortunately not available. How's my steel supply? I don't know. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's great. Wait, how much is a regular pump? I didn't actually check what the difference was. 200 watts. Okay, not that different. I should really... Oh, man. I should have these off when I don't need them on. Ooh. Ooh. I just had an idea. Someone remind me of this when I'm done with the phase change stuff. I'm going to go back to a turbo pump here, but I want to write a little IC10 chip that turns this turbo pump off when this is empty. And as soon as there's gas in it, it turns it back on. So that way it'll only operate when it needs. How much is the powered vent using? 500 watts. Yikes, that is why I'm... And I probably need to set up the same thing for this powered vent, so it turns on and off when the room is evacuated. I'll leave it on though, because I'm going to smelt some things, probably. Yeah. It was also suggested that I should make another arc furnace, so I'm not smelting things as slowly as I have been. But I think those are achievable IC10 goals for me. Okay, so... I'm not going to remove the air conditioners from the cooling loop yet. But once I've got my phase change thing set up, which I'm just going to build in the middle of the floor for now. Once I've got it set up, I'll turn off the air conditioners and we'll see how effective or not it is.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, after I go get some food and water. Drink. Can someone explain the theory about this phase change stuff? Sure. So, the idea of phase change cooling is to utilize the extra energy required to move from one phase of matter into another. So, for example, moving water from water into steam requires a lot more energy to do that than moving water from 20 degrees to 21 degrees. And you can also utilize that energy input by lowering the pressure to make it basically pull that energy from pull that energy from your heating loop and dump that energy into your heating loop effectively. It'll make sense as I go through it, I'm sure. Yeah. Ratfink, yes, you could probably do that on the same IC10, both the vent and the thing, because you'd have different sensors you're pulling information from, and it could just run through check one, then check the next, then go back, check one, check the next, go back. Should work. Alright. Phase change device. Oh, I need more copper. Yeah, as in, it is a fancy heat pump. So are the air conditioners. This one just lets you do things, like, the phase change is just potentially more effective. True, Fulgen. It doesn't have adiabatics, so it's not a proper heat pump, but close enough. Okay, let me just try and think this through. I think if I pop... Yeah, what the heck? Let's pop the condensation chamber there. And evaporation chamber there. And then we'll just pipe these up and get it working. I think it's wrench first, isn't it? Basically, you're trying to shift energy from one medium into another, utilizing the phase change to enhance the efficiency of that movement of energy from one system to another. So in this case, we've got our liquid output and our gas input. So we take gas, it goes in, it condenses to liquid, and we have heat going out. And in this case, we have liquid come in. Wait, have I got that the right way around? This is the bit that I was unsure about with these devices as to which way they actually worked, whether this was going to create the waste heat or... Yeah. So this will come out cooler, and it'll take energy from here as... Yeah. Yeah? And it'll make sense once we put it together, I think. Keep forgetting which way around these things are supposed to work. It's really annoying. Oh, excuse me. Need to be better at getting to my mute. Yeah, gas to liquid will output heat, so this will come out hot, and this will come out cold. So this is the evaporation chamber, so this will come out cold, which is why I wanted it over here, because it's going to be closer to my cool loop. And this will come out hot, so this will be close to my hot loop. Yeah, so I think I know what I got infected with. Toby's grandma got tested because she got sick as well. And it was para-influenza virus and rhinovirus at the same time. Which explains why I can't smell it much at all. I might give myself a little tank. Zoran, there's not much point trying to put waste heat into furnace in this case because I'd have to push that heat in and it would make my cooling loop less efficient. And the cooling is more important than heating my furnace. It was the same problem I ran into with my attempts to use that sort of thing on the air conditioning loops. Red and blue paint mark hot and cold sides. Maybe. That's probably not a bad idea. One sec. Meh. Alright. How much water does that hold?
Power low.
43 liters, that's probably enough. In the network. If I break this, because we don't want to be connected up to the rest of the water supply. Now what's it holding? 4.5 liters. That might be okay, we'll see. I'm very much keen to experiment with this and see what works. Even though I know there are people in chat who could tell me what works, but I'm actually keen to experiment and discover. So that is my input, which I need to connect to the output of this one. The cooling capabilities per unit of energy input on a phase change cooling setup is usually dramatically better. How much better depends on how well you set up the device and things like that, which means in my case it's probably going to be, yeah, a bit better, but not great. But it still should be better. By enough to make it worthwhile, I hope. But given this is kind of the first time I've really done this, like literally all I've done is plonked down these devices before and looked at their inputs and outputs and been like, I think this is how this works. So I feel like I want to experiment with it because that'll help me understand it. For me, with this sort of stuff in games, I tend to find that I get my head around it a lot better if I build it, place it wrong, and then fix it. Rather than trying to follow a guide to get it exactly right to begin with. I'm someone who's better off failing, then going to the guide. Oh, I'm glad the old guide was still useful, Marcus. I've been avoiding making tutorials for Stationeers because of how much it's changed. And how much it keeps changing. Also, thanks so much, Torf. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you, Taz, for your lunacy of 28 months of Tier 3. Thank you very, very much. And Fulgent, thank you so much for 7 months. And unidentified flying cheese. Do you still have to cough when saying my name? No, I got through it. Aha. Thank you for the 100. Oh, no, man. Dang it. Ah. Thank you for the 100 bits. 1 sec. I got through a few hours yesterday of one of my tutorials without coughing. And then my students made me laugh and I couldn't stop coughing. So I think I want to connect this right here to this over here. And then we all determined that the reason they were able to make me laugh is because they, like me, are big nerds. It's quite neat. It's quite tidy. I like it. So I was going to connect up to this side of this air conditioner, so leaving that one running. And then leaving maybe these 3 running. Let's have a look at the temperatures in the pipes to decide how many I want to cut out to begin with. So that one's at 324. That one's at 261. Now, remember, these are a lot hotter than they probably should be because they're currently trying to cool down the greenhouse. You know what? I know it's not ideal to have full-on massive temperature difference, but I reckon it's still going to work. Okay. I reckon it's still going to do something, and I want to see how much it does. So, I'm going to hook this. 1 sec. Let's see how much pipe I've got. Maybe that'll dictate where I connect to. Do I have any more steel? Yes. Did I mean to connect the phase change to the crafting power and not the cooling power? Yes, because if this works and I can have a bunch of these air conditioners off, I'm going to remove the air conditioners and then build a new phase change setup in their place against the wall. And at that point, I'll have easier access to this power line over here. At the moment, it's quite an awkward one to get to, so I figured I'd just go to the easier connection over here. I was being lazy. Ish. Alright, I'm going to connect to this one. We'll see how it goes. Okay, that's hooked up. And then this one, I'm going to hook up to... Oops. Over here. All right. In theory, this should be working. So, let's turn that off. This should be able to work. So let's turn all these off. And now, what are we beginning with? We are beginning with, on the cool side... Oh, I should probably turn that air conditioner off so I can see if I can get this cool. So we're beginning with 111 degrees on this side. And 395 on this side. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Magali. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. 20 minutes ago. I've really got to catch up. Thanks, Josh. Thank you for 6 months. Thank you, Thanos. Thank you for 8 months. Thank you, Sparko, for the Prime sub. And Tincho for 2 years. And Twipped. Thank you for 5 months. And Marcus. You, as well as Magali. Thank you for the 5 gift subs as well. I don't know why that's blinking. Let's just turn it off. Oh, wait, no. Why are you blinking? I should probably turn you... Actually, it doesn't matter what that... I don't care... I don't care to know what temperature this is getting to. All I care to know is that I'm managing to cool the cooling side. So the cooling side's at 111. Let's see if I can get this to work. Let's turn you on. Let's turn you on. Now, we have in here a condensation chamber with a temperature of 0. And over here, we have an evaporation chamber with a temperature of 299 Kelvin. So, if I go to water... Wow, it's really cold. What's coming in there? Oh. Interesting. I've already started cooling the pipe. This looks like it might overpressure. Temperature 552 Kelvin. Let's just turn that off for a second. Where's 552? 552 is about here, so I probably want to go up close to, yeah. This should be okay. Yeah, I know I had very cold water in there evaporating. But the fact that the temperature's still going down reassures me. Volume in this pipe. There is no liquid in that pipe. Oh. I think I need more more water. Don't think I had enough moles of water. I need a liquid pump. So my condensation chamber is set at high pressure. A pressure above which, at that temperature, it should be liquid. So it should be pushing it into a liquid, but I don't think there's enough in there. I think it's evaporating in the pipe as soon as it goes in anyway. And let's just quickly hook this up and see if getting a bit more volume in there is going to fix this problem. Because yeah, I do think it's basically what's happening is the condensation chamber condenses a little bit of water into liquid, pops it into the liquid pipe, and it instantly vaporizes again, cooling the liquid pipe. All right, let's see if that's going to do the trick. So there's nothing in the vaporization pipe anymore. It's all in the liquid pipe. 291. £11. Is that 11 pascals? Or is that 11 kilopascals? Kilopascals. So this should be able to vaporize in there, but then it's going to be instantly converted back to liquid because there'll be so little. Okay. Down to 17.6 degrees. Let's turn this side back on, so I'm pumping heat back into this network. And see whether it ends up working. The top pipe should prime, but if I make this a little less... Oops. A little less pressure, and I try and match it to that 552... 552... So if I take it down to just 2 megapascals, should be a bit closer. This is still the same playthrough, Marcus? Yes. I think it's just... honestly, I think it's just not vaporizing as quickly as it's getting condensed. The only way I can think of getting more gas out is by lowering the pressure in here. And can't really do that. Which I guess is the downside of having a big temperature difference. 60 degrees. Where's this at? Oof, that got hot. That's coming down. So far, this appears to be working, even if it's not perfect. But I don't know how much of that is just temperature like energy going into my water that's in this network. I think it's working. Let's go into my greenhouse and see if the temperature shift is happening there. Oh, look at that! 165 degrees! Dang! That's been quick! Oh, yeah. That's going down fast. One of the AC units is off, but the other one's on. Oh, yes. Heck yeah. This is slightly overwhelming its capabilities, though. But I'm gonna have a... At this rate, I will have a usable greenhouse. Man, I need some lights in here badly. Oh, that's epic. I'm so happy about that. I'm going to turn you off, though, because...
Power critical.
Power critical. Yes. The timing, suit lady. Timing. So I was trying to do this to be more power efficient, and I think it has worked. Could love being happy at a temperature capable of boiling your blood in a living space, but that station is for you. So true. I'm super happy by this. I don't know why it's not, like, I don't know why the evaporation chamber isn't producing enough gas to actually have this line have some gas in it. I don't know how the condensation chamber is being so much more efficient, but... Oh. I wonder if that had changed with more volume in that. I wonder whether the evaporation chamber could do more if I increase the volume within that pipe network.
Waste tank caution.
No, waste tank. Let me deal with that. Gaming Eyeballs, I've never actually used the wireless batteries. I think, despite them being a weird addition for Stationeers, it seems a bit contradictory to a lot of other things within Stationeers. I think they're a good idea for a progression mechanic from a gameplay perspective. Barnaby, and how do you tell the kilojoule difference between the two? Is that the latent that it's reading? Ah. Thanks, Morpix. Thank you for... Oh, 19 months. You have not missed any IC10 madness. You've missed phase-changing ridiculousness. That's working. Oh, this is warming up. Now this is hotter, it's actually potentially going to work better. I mean, it is matching, as it would do. But I don't know how to... So if I adjust this, I'd want to adjust it so that it's getting more latent heat loss. So if I... What if I put this up to 2? Whoops. Nope, nope. 2. Is that better or worse? I guess I just want to keep this as low pressure as I can for now. Huh? Functional. Now I just need to move it into place. Yeah, actually, that's a fair point, Dels. Whether I want to sequence these like I did the air conditioners, since even a paired sequence of these is going to use less power than a single AC. Because I probably need to have a bit more, but the thing that holds me back from that is not having much water. My understanding of the robot DLC characters you can play is that they remove the need for food and water in the game. But then again, once you've reached stable food and water, are they really adding any gameplay anyway? But that's the reason I wouldn't play with them, because even though I don't, because I don't often reach that point. So I think there's something that was added to try and give you, I guess. Okay, there's 17 liters in there and 7 liters in the network. There was something added to give you a bit more control over how much difficulty you have, but I think the devs are probably going to go back and have a look at what the droids actually do and what the aliens do as well. When will I start to use stackers by the printers? I usually leave that to be as late as I possibly can. To be honest. Shadow Drake, I don't know what you're on about, because the temperature is, I think, higher? No. Brain maths. They're the same temperature. So yeah, I'm just gonna be happy that things are working, and now that means I can think about the next project that I want to do for power saving. Oof, which requires making a computer. This makes me nervous. So nervous. Do. So I need a laptop. I need a battery for it. And I need a motherboard. IC editor motherboard. Because yes, I'm going to do this, I think. Then what do I need? An IC10. Ah, 1 sec. There we go. I'm back. So the programming I am planning on doing is making something that turns a pump on and off based on pressure. So I need to have a pipe sensor thingamajiggy. Oh, dang it. Yeah, Darkwind, that makes a fair bit of sense. To do any programming in my eating area. What's the What's the pipe sensor thing called? Liquid analyzer, gas analyzer, pipe analyzer. That's what I need. I think. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, probably. I put an empty battery in the laptop. I did, James. Thank you. That was smart. Oh, I brought the wrong pump. I need to bring the power pump. And I need an IC10 housing. What's it called again? Oh, I can't remember what the name of the kit is called. Ah, Heising. Heising? Housing. Oh, sorry guys. I did not get to my thing. I forgot. Ah. Thanks, Altered Bulb. Thanks for the Prime sub. Okay. Then we get the pump. Didn't mean to do that. And that should be all I need to put together. Let's just put those on the ground for a sec. Drill that out. It's in. Now, probably want something to isolate this network so that I'm not connected up to all the myriad devices around here. Make my life a bit easier. Twip, that's a vent, and that's why that room is a vacuum. What am I doing? I'm getting transformer, I guess, is probably the easier way, or I could get a power controller, I guess. Either or. Both will do the job that I need them to do.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Yeah, I could create a second, like, network for the vent IC, but what I'll do is I'll cut this thing here and I'll put the APC in there. And that'll isolate that network. And that's the one that goes to both of them, so it should work fine. And then I can try and do the one IC for both jobs. That goes on. I don't want it to have a battery. Then pipe analyzer can go, I guess, here. And IC housing. Yeah, that'll do. Lansy, I've deliberately avoided that style of cooling. As Twip says, the style of cooling where you use a furnace and off-gassing stuff to cool stuff down just feels a bit cheesy. And I play Stationeers to learn... Like, I'm not good enough at Stationeers for breaking the game to be my goal. It's probably the best way to put that. I want to work within the limits first. And if I then get bored of that, then I'll try and break the game by using other mechanisms. Okay, so that should have all of the right things set up. Now let's give um guess I'll put device 0. I'll set the turbo pump to. I'm gonna need a gas sensor that I haven't got for setting up the vent. So we're just gonna sort out the pipe side of things first. Looking, I am doing better than I was, and I'm certainly feeling a lot better. Pipe analyzer, and then why do I not? Oh, I'm not actually connected up to the data side of the pump. That would explain a lot. There we go.
Hunger caution.
What am I doing? I am trying to use this pipe analyzer to detect when this pipe is a vacuum, at which point it will turn this turbo pump off. Once there's gas in this pipe network, it will turn this turbo pump on. The reason I want to do that so it's turning it on and off is that most of the time this pipe network is empty, so I don't need to be spending 600 watts of power with this turbo pump on. But when I do put gas in there, I want it to empty as quickly as possible. So hopefully, it'll be switching itself on and off. I'll have to leave some difference between the on and off margins so that it doesn't constantly flicker when it's sitting right at the margin, but yeah, that's my plan. Hey, Brady Bill, thank you so much for 30 months. The baking company is going okay. And that was the dog, not me, if you heard that one. Okay. You might be able to take the external pressure from the vent. We can look into that later. Let's focus on the, just getting the pipe one working first. No, not actual baking, Ceres. Baking on Venus. Alright. Lose the suit and helmet. Grab some water. Grab some food. Okay. So... now what am I doing? Alias. D0. Pipe. Analyzer. So that's red. Call it pipe sense. Wait, that is the right way around, isn't it? Oh, wrong way around. There we go. Alias. Power pump. D1. Okay. Now. What the heck are the values from the pipe sensor? Meter, no. Pipe analyzer. Pressure. Okay. No deaths today. It's possible the stuff I've done might kill me later. It hasn't killed me yet. So I now need to go... I now need to load the pressure value from the pipe sensor. So load into... Wait, can I do it this way? Alias... pipe press 15. So can I then load into pipe press D0 pressure? That works. JP, no, you don't. I mean, I do have to put a something to loop back to here eventually, but I don't have to start with it. It'll just run once if I don't. Oh, why did I use D0 after setting others? I don't know. Because I wasn't thinking. I do want to loop it, JP. I do. What am I doing? Fine. Start. There we go. Start. I've done it. So load, pipe press, pipe sense, pressure. So then I want to... branch greater than 0. How does branch greater than 0 work? I can't remember. Branch to line B if A is greater than 0. Okay. Pipe press. Go to pump on. If not, go to... is it yield or... Yeah, yield. No. What's the thing to pause for a bit? Oh, it's yield, but it's lower. Yeah, yield. There we go. Pump on. So pump on, set, power... Wait, is that right? Yeah, power pump on to 1. Yield there, and then jump to start. Oh, sleep is probably what I want to do, because I don't want this running too often. Sleep for 3. And this one I'll do sleep for 5. I want it to run longer. Before this, I need to set power pump on 0. I think. So, this loads pipe pressure. This loads into pipe pressure, which is register 15, from the pipe sensor, and it loads the pressure value. It then branches if the pipe pressure is greater than 0 to turn the pump on. If the pipe pressure is 0, it turns it off and it sleeps. And then it goes back to the start. Otherwise, it'll turn it on, sleep for 5, and go back to the start. I think. I don't need to define any of that, Lancy, because the turbo pump, I've already set those values on, and I don't want the IC10 to touch any of those values. Oops, helps if I export it, doesn't it? Let's see if it works.
Low pressure.
Oh no!
Pressure
Ah!
critical. Oxygen low.
Yeah!
Oxygen
Yeah!
critical.
Suit! I need a suit!
Temperature critical. Cognition low.
Ooh. Gonna be bad. Yeah, nudist accident. Oof. Okay. Pop this in here. Turn this on. Is it going to throw an error? That's surprising, because I didn't think I'd set the device as the second thing. Oh no, I had. Well, it hasn't thrown an error. Let's see what happens when I put this in. I might have to wait a bit, maybe? Oh, this is off? That might help. Let's try turning you off, then on again. Standard IT troubleshooting. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? This should be turning the pump on. Alright. Let's go see where I did it wrong. Thanks, Rotgun. Thank you for 10 months. And thanks, Kelva. Thank you for 2 months as well. Wait, does the pump physical switch need...
Power
I thought the
low.
physical switch would be turned on and off by this changing. Hang on. Let's just make sure. Greater than 0. Set power pump on to 1, which should be on. Hey, Shadow. Thanks, Ceres. Thanks for the 100 bits. Think if the pump can understand that setting. Turbo. Yeah, on is a setting. Yeah, the pressure isn't... This has nothing to do with pressure, Drago. The turbo pump isn't where I'm reading pressure from. Pressure comes from the other device. Hmm. You can set the variable to the housing to see what the value is. Set dB. Wait, what am I doing with that bit of code, Barnaby? The heck is that bit of code actually doing? Why dB? Ah. Set dB. Setting R15. Alright. Export. Let's give that a try. Oh, that's quite handy. I had no idea how to do that. So so this should, in theory, display on the IC housing what value the IC10 is picking up for that thing, which is 83.8, which is fine. That's what it should be. And it's updating slowly, which is what it should be doing. So it's picking up the right number, but it's just not acting on it properly. Hmm. No, I switched it off. It didn't switch it off. Because I didn't want it to empty out completely. I wanted there to be some gas in there so that I can know that this is working or not. So 23.6, yep. It's got the correct number. So why is it ignoring that number? Maybe I have to do branch if greater than and actually define a number rather than just using 0. Because it's not... So it's certainly loading the information... Like, it's loading the information into register 15. But it is not acting on that at this line. So this line is not branching. Am I using the correct pump on the pin? That's probably worth checking, actually. Let me just go make sure that that is in fact set correctly. Because I might have that missed... I may have that messed up. That was a good point. Wait, what? Oh, it's set to pipe analyzer. There we go. Good call checking that. Where did I just end up with putting my IC chip? Oh, I just put it in my suit. Pump is on! Yeah! My code works. It's just my ability to use a screwdriver to put things to the correct settings is bad. I actually don't need this because I can look at that. There we go. Pressure is none. It's off. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I did a thing, and it works. Pump turns on. And when this gets to 0, that's going to save so much power. Pump turns off. Yes. Okay. Now, I need a I need a sensor. Although, apparently, maybe I can get it from the powered vent. Pressure external. So I probably can. Yeah, go away, cough. There you go. Oof. I did a thing. Yay, I did a thing. Now I can get the vent to do it. And that'll save me even more power because the powered vent uses up so much power. Okay, so what I want to load up is pressure external and compare that to 0 now. I'm going to steal you. Yeah. Oh, is pressure external the maximum? Oh, that's the maximum pressure thing, isn't it? That's the thing to stop you exploding stuff. So I actually do need a sensor. BJ, I'm not going to touch anything on this pump, so I'm really not worried in the slightest about it getting set to the wrong direction. I have no reason to ever touch that until I rebuild this system, and then I have to redo the coding and stuff. Okay, so device 2 should be the... Oh. That's what I thought I'd missed. There we go. So I want the gas sensor on device 2, and then the vent on device 3. Powered vent large. Gas sensor. So, yep. Okay. And this is me being super cheap with the power, right? Trying to run these on both on the same thing. The pipe heaters, I'm actually going to do something different. I'm going to put them on their own dedicated power line. Is my goal. So that they can just run. As long as that particular network has power, they will just run. No settings to pull from the other thing. No, nothing like that. But what I could do is if the other section of power, section of the base has more than, say, 50% charge, then it will shift its charge across into, then it'll turn the large transformer on that allows the pipe heater network to steal power from it. That was my thinking for that. So we're going to move that. And now I need to alias room sensor D2 alias Big vent D3. Alias room press R14. Let's put that on 14 so I can see what it's reading and make sure it's working. It is, it's surprisingly, there's something about, coding in Stationeers that just is nice because you can do some really, basic stuff. And so it, for someone like me who's terrible at this stuff, it gives me a nice platform to start from. There are lots of little projects I can do that use a little bit of code, and then I can learn a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And Stationeers is a great environment for that. One of the things that I think makes this game particularly special is that every system in it can be done badly and still work. But then you can learn over time the little bits to make that system work better. And you can adapt it, you can improve it, and you can adapt it and improve it and adapt and improve it. And they all work. So I've been able to play most of my hours in Stationeers doing things fully manually. And only now am I starting to understand how to use stuff with IC10 scripts, thanks in no small part to Nev. So I'm just gonna, for the sake of readability later, let's go. This is height. And this is room. So I want to load into room press, device, room sense, and it'll be pressure, I think. We just check. Gas sensor. Yeah, pressure. It only works as long as you don't completely blow up your base. That is true, Oren. That is very true. Hey, Elemental. Thanks for the 100 bits. How's it going? Nev is the code wizard, yes. One of my other friends would also be a code wizard for this stuff, but we've never played this together. So similarly, branch if greater than 0. Room, press, vent, oops, vent on. So we go vent on. Set. Big vent? Yep. Big vent. Vent to on 0. Sleep 3. Because I don't want this cycling through too quickly, especially with the vent, because it's going to need time to make sure the room is actually at a vacuum. So vent on. Set big vent on 1. Sleep 5 there as well. Think I've done this right? I mean, really what I probably should just do is have a big sleep at the end. But I haven't done that, and I think this will work.
Power critical.
Oh, probably deal with that in a sec. Oof. Elemental, I feel you. I feel you. Hope you start getting better real soon. 1 second, everyone. Sorry. You're correct, Horman. There is a jump missing. Jump to start. But this needs to jump to room. Yeah. So we go through. If the pressure is greater than 0, we'll jump to pump on. If not, we go through here and then we jump to room. If it is, we turn the power pump on. Probably don't need a sleep there. Probably just go straight to room. Go to room. In fact, I'll get rid of the sleeps in this section. I'll just have the sleeps at the end. Then we go to room. We load the room pressure. If greater than 0, we go to turn the vent on. We turn the vent on. If not greater than 0, we sleep for 5. Then we go back to start and do it all again. If it is, we sleep for 5. We go back to start and do it all again. Oh no, I do want to keep a sleep here. And just in case I add more stuff to this, I'm putting that there. Okay, cool. Spot. So in theory, this should check both of those sensors. And if they are, if either of them are greater than 0, then it should turn on the respective device. Daz, it might be better to set up the whole loop to do stuff. As in to wait for both. But I don't really have my head around the logic required to make that work in a way that's not going to end up with issues. So I'm leaving it in this less efficient but still functional setup. There we go. The vent's turned itself on. And it was off before. Let's turn that off. Wait till the room goes back to 0 pressure. It should turn the vent off. Yay, power saving! Woo! Vent goes back on because tiny little bit of pressure. And it's back off again. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! I have power efficiency now. I might actually end up with a surplus of power if I keep doing this. Thanks, Ceres. Oof. Ah. Yep. I do need to change my suit battery. That is a very good point. I don't know how I didn't die while I was coughing then. Oh my gosh. Look at my batteries. I mean, there may have been a storm, but look at... No, there hasn't, because they'd all be full if there was a storm. I have power! Yes! Oh, man. Sorry. Off. Ah. I think Charlie wants out. 1 second. Oh, Charlie. Sit. Yeah. Yeah. You got a kangaroo too? Ah. Whoa.
Air tank low.
Yeah, air tank low. CO2 high. All the things. Yeah. Unidentified flying cheese. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. There we go. I have oxygen. How is the AC doing? Oh, good question. Temperature in this, 90 degrees. Temperature in this, 21 degrees. Ooh. What's the temperature in my greenhouse? I'm excited. I'm excited. 93 degrees! Water won't boil! I mean, it probably will because the pressure's low enough, but water at 1 atmospheric pressure wouldn't boil. Holy cow. It's working. It is proper working. Yeah. I am being productive today and it feels strange. And Shadow has now seen the floor in the greenhouse. Which is a pun, but wasn't intended as one, but definitely works as one. Oh man, that's so good. Yeah. I have a phase change cooling system that is functional. Maybe not maximally efficient. Definitely not maximally efficient. But is functional. And has removed 1, 2, 3, 4 air conditioners from my loop. So he's saving me about 1 kilowatt. Bit more than that, but close enough. I've saved myself close to 1 kilowatt in the furnace room whenever the thing's actually at vacuum. So that pump and the big powered vent aren't working. That's great. I'm okay on power. So. Oh. That was a funny squeaky yawn sound, Charlie. I don't think it would have transferred through the mic because it was quite quiet. She is putting her head on my mouse arm again. We're doing that thing again, apparently. Right. I want to get my pipe heaters working because I need to get some really hot gas. And I don't want to do a full furnace room rework yet, but it is something I plan to do. What I need to do at the moment, though, is I think I need a way to reduce the amount of gas. I need to basically vent some of this out. Because 22 megapascals is just gonna, like, there's just too much in here for me to effectively heat that. However, I could set up a logic circuit. No. It's gonna be too much cabling, it'll be a mess.
Hydration critical.
So I'm gonna need... Yeah, no, that doesn't work. I could just start a connection onto the onto the thick cable. And that would allow me to get access to all the batteries and then average them. And if their average is above 50%, then I turn on the pipe heaters. Could do that as a stopgap for now. That could work. Yeah, I might do that. So let's get these ones hooked up. I don't know how complicated it's going to be to average with the big one. What do you actually get from a battery? Nope, that's not how you spell battery. There's a few too many Q's in that. Station battery. What logic does it give? Power ratio. Is ratio the percentage. Barnaby, a load batch shouldn't be able to do this because they're two different devices, right? It's the fact that I've got a big battery and I've got little batteries as well, and I'm trying to average the two. So I may just run off whatever the little batteries are, and I'll ignore the big one for now. That all sounds very complicated. Kasikman, pressurizing the furnace does not increase its temperature. The temperature of the gas in the environment on Venus is not hot enough to smelt things like steel. Therefore, I actually do need to add heat to the gases, so I do need to have pipe heaters running. So, between this transformer here that turns these on and the batteries, there should be nothing. It should all be on the heavy cable network, which it is. Did you try your glass room idea yet for heating your gases? No, I haven't tried that yet. So this one, hang on, this holds 3.6 megawatts, and that's 9. I'll just pull off these ones. I need to get another IC housing. Another IC housing. And another IC. Yeah, Gravgunner, unfortunately, also my cooling setup doesn't really work for heating either, because it can't get up to high enough temperatures. It becomes super inefficient, and it actually becomes better to just use a direct heating method instead. That's not entirely true, and that is not entirely true, Kazingman. It's not true at all. The off-gassing is not what killed me. It was the fact that I had to move my off-gases somewhere, and I chose to put them into my heated gas, which was unwise. Because I have a one-way loop that I can control, but I decided to shove it all in there because I needed to move stuff through. And I probably shouldn't have done that when I did it. I cooled my gas off. Otherwise, my hot gas would have just sat there. It's not as efficient as if I off-gassed elsewhere, but it still works, and it still is not as bad as you make it out to be. Alright, let's set this up. Hey, Robob. Welcome, Raiders. And Silly String. Thanks so much for 27 months. What have you missed? You've missed me being weirdly efficient and effective and getting things done. It's creepy, it's strange, and I feel uncomfortable. I feel like quoting Shadow and saying, I don't feel safe. Okay. So, let's keep to my pattern of... No, I don't need a device 0 because I'm going to use a hash for loading the batteries. Oof, I wonder if I'll get the hash wrong. But for device 0, that should be the... Oh boy, this is going to take a while. Oh no! I need to label the transformer. Where's my labeler? I'm going to have so many transformers on this line. Barnaby, that's not the bit of the hash that I think I'm going to get wrong. The bit of the hash I think I'm going to get wrong is the bit where I actually write in how where I load a hash. Oh,
Hunger caution.
transformer. Pipe heater. Yeah, I'll sort out my water in a second. Oh, it's on the right one. Cool. Okay. Shadow, for the question you sent me in DM, I am fine with you using that thing. Alright, I should probably drink, because this breathing is going to get on some people's nerves. Mine included. I think I must have had my volume for game sounds relative to everybody else's voice from TeamSpeak much lower when we were doing Terraformers, which is why I was able to tolerate it so much more. And also why I didn't notice I'd left my drill on for like 6 weeks. Okay. Edit. Clear. So, how do I do the hash thing? It's define? It was define. What am I calling it? Battery power. Hash. I need my hash from the thing, which is here. Is that right? No, that's not right. I need to find the define function. Define string number. No, that doesn't help me either. Oh, is it just the number if you use the number one? Okay. I just need to do this. But if I use the name, I have to write hash and then do the name. Alias. Heaters. Will be D0. Hash is for turning the string into the number. Makes sense. Oh yeah, good point. I do have the device hash, not the device kit hash. Thank you for checking that, Shadow. Rick. So that is easy to mess up. Okay, so I should use a load batch. Bat power. Wait, is that right? No. Into R15. Bat power. Oop. Logic type was... I can't remember. Logic type was... charge? Ratio. Logic type ratio, so that's going to be the percentage full. What the heck is batch mode? What does batch mode mean? What? Average sum. I want average. Yeah. Thank you. No. Capital A. Yeah. Okay, so that's going to give me, into register 15, it's going to load the percentage average of my batteries. And also start. Percentage average of batteries. So then I want to branch greater than. Let me just make sure I get these in the right order. Branch greater than A, B, C. So, branch line C if A is greater than B. So, if bat power greater than 50, or is it 0.5? See, Shadow? I do need a branch because I need a thing that tells me to turn it on and off. It's my stickers, so yes, I do need a branch. 0.5, yeah. So it's a ratio rather than a percent. Cool. Which it should be because it says a ratio. Of course it is. Jump to line C, which will be heaters on. Heaters on. Then otherwise sleep for 5. Jump to start. Then heaters on. Wait, no. This needs to set heaters on 0. This needs to set heaters on, oops, on 1. Sleep for, just leave it at 5. It's not going to flicker back too much that way. Oh yeah, good. No. This is right, Dr. Drago. So I'm loading into R5. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Let me just write this out. Oh yeah. No, you're right. This should be R15. And I should have aliased R15. But I haven't, so we can do that. I might alias it actually. So I think this means it's much more likely for me to understand what the heck I've done if I look at this again in a few weeks. No, I'm ignoring the large battery because I can't brain how to do that. So if the battery ratio is greater than 0.5, the heaters will turn on. If it's less than that, the heaters will get turned off. And it'll go through sleep 5 and then keep going. That just runs. Okay, let's put the new chip in. Export. Oops. Oh yeah, good point, Meetsim. I should do that. For debugging purposes. Purposes? My brain. No worky. Export. Okay. Let's go.
Low pressure. Oxygen low.
Oh, I did it again.
Critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature critical.
Whoops. You'd think the suit on the ground would be a telltale sign that I'm not wearing a suit. Thankfully, that airlock operates quickly enough that I don't die. Alright, and on. %83%. Pipe heaters are on. Okay. Think it's working? Yeah, the tank temperature is slightly lower than outside. Slightly. But sorting out getting outside gases into it is, yeah, look, probably not something I'm going to deal with, to be honest. Alright, so that's automated, so that means that's just going to keep getting hotter whenever I've got the power to do it. Yay. Alright, let's go check the greenhouse. It might well be ready for planting. I kind of am not worried about a maximum temperature. I don't think that's going to be a big problem. $70. Ooh, only 26 kilopascals though. Still surprisingly not bad. Let's turn that on. Let's turn this on. See if that's going to speed things up a bit. Huh. Yeah, Raptor, that's a fair point. If I overheat the tank so the pressure gets so high that the tank explodes. That could become a thing. In an ideal world, yes, I would want to set that. Oh yeah, how much air is in the AC tank? Decent amount. Not a huge amount, but not nothing. We're almost at plant survivable here. Yeah. Why is the air yellow? Yes. The air is yellow because of weirdness from being on Venus. But this is really getting there. We're what, 2 hours in, and we've gone from nearly 200 degrees down to 60? Huh. Okay, I'm going to turn off the vent. Get that gas out of this thing here. And turn you off. 55 degrees. 57. Still. I believe this is a little bit longer and I am actually going to be able to plant stuff in here. So, since I've got enough power, I can probably turn on the trader again, try and get some money, and try and get some more water. Let's turn this sucker on. And make sure that's off. Yep. Astromart. What the... Orbiting organics. I don't have any money, so I need to try and get probably that one first. What else have I got in here? Just lots of steel sheets. Should probably vend those out. Come on, weird landing. Let's land. Okay. What can I sell to you? Nothing. Nothing. Oh man. Don't have any money. I want to sell something. Go away.
Power low.
I don't have the money for a pill. Like he won't let me sell anything to him, so I can't even buy the pill. Alright. I can get some rubbish from you. Could potentially make you some empty cans? For a small amount of cash? I'll take your rubbish. That's at least a small amount. No, don't really need any of that. What do you want in your consumables package? Ooh. Ooh, that's not too bad. I might do that one. I might take a quick screenshot of that so that I can take it inside and I can remember what the heck that is. Uh-oh. And then empty cans, 22 of those. So that should be... I'll end up with, you know, 200-ish credits after this, which is not terrible. Not great. Not terrible. And do you make the cans? Yeah. Hey, Shaggy. Thanks so much for 16 months. Oh, they're 1 gram of steel each. I don't know if that's worth it. Hmm. Yeah, it's only 22 steel, but I reckon I paid more for getting steel. Oh well. I'm gonna sell these ones.
Waste tank caution.
Keep the other ones. Just because I don't want that many around. Alright, let's make the consumables package, because that's probably worth actually doing. And then... yeah, it feels weird to almost be at a point where building stuff into the greenhouse is worth my while. Make sure my thing's working. Yep, turned on. Heaters are on. How slow are they going? 436. Yeah, I'm not worrying about the cans on the floor. Alright, box. Probably shouldn't have even sold off the ones that I did. So, I need 2 duct tape. And I need 2 carbon dioxide filters. Nope. It's not right. That's better. The recycler slash centrifuge is something that is on the list on my to-do list, but it is something I'm also not prioritizing because all it really does is clean up mess and cost power. And that's not that important. Plastic sheets. While it'll be nice to get some of the materials back from certain things, it's not that big a deal. Okay. Oh, I know the deep drill thing. That's honestly, you guys are just giving me so many extra tasks when I haven't even got a greenhouse. Cable coils, plastic sheets, carbon dioxide, duct tape. Should all be in there. Yeah. How much copper do I have in this? Yeah, I'll just leave that running. Pop that in there. Sell it. Bye. How long till the next ones arrive? Well, 5 minutes at maximum. That's not too bad. I think the greenhouse will be cool by the time I'm ready to go with the water connection hooked up and everything. Hello, Charlie. It's very difficult to use my mouse when your head is resting on my arm. Really? There you go. Have a scratch. what do I need? I need grow lights. Where are grow lights made from? Need some copper. Have any copper on the shelves? Doesn't look like it. Alright, let's smelt some copper. In fact, let's make another arc furnace. You may be correct, Barnaby. I may be avoiding the stackers just to spite people who keep telling me about stackers. It just feels like such a low priority task when I've got so many other things I could be doing. Like filling up my water bottle. Because I'm thirsty. Okay. Extra arc furnace. Hoping that I get an alloys trader so I can sell a whole bunch of mined stuff to the next guy. Now, I can probably tidy this up a little bit. Even though there's not a huge amount of value to it. Hey. Let me. Oh, go away. Alright, so where was that? That was coming from there. Might be better off doing this. A bit tidier. Where does that power come from? Oh, jeez. That's awkward. This is a terrible setup. This furnace room really needs a massive overhaul. So I was going to put this here as well. So I figured that would make it nice and neat. Can I fit cables down the middle? Can't. Okay, so the cable's going to have to go around this side, which is a bit annoying. Nope. I need my wire cutters for that. Eisen, I think I'm very justified in complaining about Capac making messes. Whether I make messes or not is kind of a moot point. He makes more. There we go. Copper. Yeah, that's gonna make me feel better. No, this volume pump doesn't need to be connected. I don't even remember what it was there for. It was there for me emptying out a system that is now removed. That's what it was there for. What's my battery at? They're at 98. Is there a storm? Maybe. Right. Let's go check on traders while that's smelting. Does seem suspicious that there's a storm. Oh no, the wind turbines aren't going completely nuts. I think I was just chewing through way too much power with some other stuff. Those extra efficiencies I put in place today have made a huge difference. Build Ink and Cosmic Forge. Cosmic Forge might be what I'm after. Like, I think I've taken out something like 2 kilowatts of constant power usage out of my system. Which is big, I think. It's big for me. Alright. What are you selling by? You are ingots, and you will buy things! Yes, time for mining and making money. The AC is catching up so they aren't super inefficient. Yeah, that would also help. But cutting 4 of the ACs out helps, too. So, if we close that, I have a bit of iron in there. Open that one. Open that one. Alright, so you want how much silicon? 400. Let's do the silicon first. 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 350, 400. Money! Give me the money! Gold, 400. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I should have off-gassed this. 8. Should have off-gassed it. Alright, let's off-gas it first. I will off-gas the gold, and then I will sell it. Get that oxygen. I don't need a huge amount of oxygen at the moment. Like, I'm actually not too bad on the oxygen front, but there is no reason to throw away oxygen. Not recover it. I am missing 3 things of gold. Where's the other one? Gold! Gold! Gold? I thought I hit it 8 times. I'll go check the vending machine. Nope. It's not in the vending machine. Oh no, it is. There are a lot of stacks of random things in there. Doop, 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 doo. Oh, I did 1 organic. That makes sense. I didn't notice that. Okay. Let's go off-gas this gold. And because I'm still going to be low on copper, I'm going to have to go mine some, but let's just smelt those. Temperature in there is probably high enough to off-gas the gold. Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine, whatever's in there. Oops. Don't recall messing with anything cobalt related recently, so it actually should be fine. Not just me being facetious. Yeah. It is totally fine. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Alright, let's check that out, and we're good. And I haven't wasted any oxygen. Oops, missed one. Oh, I keep going to the same slot.
Hydration critical.
Okay, let's sell those 8, and then we go mining, collect some copper, and some iron to sell, some coal to sell. Apparently this is just the best way to get money. And sell. 400 of those. Coal, he wants 400 and 600 of the other two. Okay. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I'm a bit short. 100 short on the iron. Cool.
Waste tank caution.
Alright, I will... Let's move this over here as well. Maybe move this one down here so it's a little less obstructive on my screen. Build ink. No. Oh. Galactic metallurgy. Can I take it? That's just a 6x6. I've got a 7x7. I could connect to that one, couldn't I? Galactic metallurgy is going to be more of this stuff. So it might be better off... Yeah, I'm thinking this one takes more of the other stuff, so it takes silver and other things as well. And probably sells some more advanced alloys. What was it? Just trying to remember which one of these is worth, if either, buying. Invar might be. Oh, right. Solar panels. Electrum astraloy. Okay. No, doesn't have either. Has the electrum, but electrum's relatively easy to make. You can build 2 trade stations, yes. That's a very expensive undertaking, and not something I'm keen on doing. I dare say I'm still going to end up with power issues with the pipe heaters constantly. Like, I'm not going to end up with power issues, but I shouldn't end up with power excess with the pipe heaters running. Too much excess anyway. Let's drink so that beep 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 can go away. Does the 6x6 need me to get to a 2-degree difference? Oof. I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. That's gonna take, that would take me years. 34 degrees! It's only 23 kilopascals, but 34 degrees! This is usable now. Yeah. I am probably going to go out and mine stuff to use myself and not sell more to that trader. Let's go
Power low.
deal with my waste tank, which is at 4 megapascals, which is a problem. Torf, I've tried to play Stormworks. I struggle with to get really hooked
Waste tank critical.
on most games that require you to build in a separate environment to which you play. Because Stormworks means you build kind of out of world and then you try it all. The only game like that that's ever managed to hook me is Kerbal Space Program. No other has managed to that deals with things that way. $453. It's going. Pro lights need not that much power, actually. 70 watts. Yeah, it's not a lot. Like, sure, I may have quite a few of them in there, but it's not a lot of power. Right. Need to go mining, but I need to get more oxygen first. Alright. I'm going to stand here staring at this while I quickly take a bio break. I'll be back in just a second.
Air tank low.
Good old reverse psychology, eh? Only that worked. Oh man, I just finished coughing before I came back. I'm gonna start coughing straight away again. 1 second. Okay. Now, I'm going to move some gold across to this one. Rearrange this a little bit. I can track what I've gotten where more easily. Coal and coal. And nickel can go with that. Alright, let's go mining. Need to get some stuff. Yeah, Demonworks, that tank explosion was some significant luck to not have completely wiped out everything. Oh dear. Let me out of the hole. Alright, let's get some copper. Yeah, copper, sure, that one. Why not? Need to move the iron across before I start filling up my suit, my belt again. So with the atmospheric pressure here, when I lose a little boulder of ore, it goes miles. Oh, like that. Oops. Whoopsie. I did a thing that I didn't mean to do. This is the probably less painful way of me doing this. So, I guess what I'm going to have to work on soon, but maybe after my... Oh, there goes that iron. I don't know where that ended up. It's gone over the hill and far away. Hopefully I have the materials I require to get the greenhouse built. Oh yeah, that iron. That iron got some distance. What the... Hey! You're meant to get picked up by the drill then. It's better. What else do I need? Got copper, got some iron. Got silicon, got silver, got gold. Got a base over there. Yeah, probably more coal for steel. Because I've only got 2 stacks. And more iron. Yep, that's probably all I need. For the moment. And since I'm in a position where I've again got some power, while I'm waiting for the pipe heaters to heat up the gas enough to be usable, I could probably consider just trying to off-gas as many of my basics as possible using the arc furnace. So like smelting the gold into ingots, smelting the silicon into ingots, that sort of thing, so that I'm going to lose less heat in the furnace when I use it. But I actually think the next next thing I want to do after I get the greenhouse running, I want to try and actually make a greenhouse to heat gases and see how hot it can get inside a glass house on the surface. And see if that can possibly be useful for heating gases for the furnace. It's be interesting. And it'll be a fascinating thing to just go inside a room like that that's designed to get super, 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 super hot. Alright, where is the surface? It's gonna be in this direction, so let's go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Iron.
Waste tank caution.
Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna need to switch that out. Love having a spare waste tank. Makes my life so much easier having that spare. So much safer too. Yep, loads of open windows. All of the open windows. HUD clutter everywhere. It's my own personal hell. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I think that'll do. Alright, let's not have all these open. That's better. That's a lot better. More copper? I'm not that bad on copper, was I? That's not that bad. It's like 800. Suppose I could collect a little bit more. I'm out here doing it. Where is copper? True, it is pretty hard to have enough copper. Unless you're talking like enough for a specific project. But is it enough copper for me to stop mining right now? That's the other thing. Like, how long do I really want to spend mining? There's a reason I play with the difficulty mod that means I don't have to mine so much. Also, I think this copper is unreachable. Or almost unreachable? I think I'm technically below bedrock right now. Weird. Yep, that copper is unreachable. Alright, let's get out of here. That will do. Turn them off. Yeah. All of things. Yeah. Venus is... I don't know what's up with Venus being so close to bedrock. I don't know why that was... I don't know why that's a thing. Very odd. I was going to make grow lights. also going to need to make some basic pipes for decoration. Let's get some of them. I'm not going to sell it. Honestly, I wasn't planning on immediately selling everything. I think I've sold enough of the stuff for the moment. Oh, I should check what the other traders are, actually. The thing with the planets and trying to tweak them at the moment is that they're planning on doing a complete... They're doing a complete terrain redo, so any change that you do on that is kind of going to be made moot soon. So, yeah. Wouldn't worry about it. So from what I understand, the goal with the change in the... Come on, brain. Come to me. Come to me. You can think of it. The goal with the change to the terrain generation is to make it so that...
Power critical.
Oh, I should have changed my battery before I came in here. To make it so that the terrain will actually not be infinite anymore. And instead of being infinite, it's going to be limited, but you'll be able to fly places to go and explore other things. So that'll be one of the sort of end game goals, if you will. There we go. Yeah. One grow light. I think I've set that off from where it should have been. No! No! Ah! Yeah, I don't have a wall on me, though, Barnaby, so that's why I'm using a frame. Oh, actually, it doesn't line up perfectly either way, does it? I think it'll look neater on that one anyway. Oh, right. Yeah, there's floors. Oh, there's a wall over there, actually. Didn't notice that before. Meh, it's fine. The wall would be quicker, yes, I know. Okay, so that'll at least light up the first 4, I think. Now, let's hook up... I think I want a valve... Oh, no, I want a water tank in here. Oh, also, I made that bad. Ugh. That's not helpful. That water pipe is in a... It's coming out at an unhelpful spot. Alright, so I need to make a water tank, because I want a tank of water in the greenhouse that is isolated. Because I'm building a greenhouse now. I'm actually going to grow plants. That is a thing that is going to happen. I should probably push some more hot CO2 into the room, though. I don't need frames for this construction, so let's put them away. Need a tank. Liquid tank. Actually, I'm not going to... Insulated liquid tank? Hmm. Do I care if it's insulated? Why do I need it to be insulated? If it's going to be in the room with the plants, wouldn't it be helpful if it helps regulate that temperature by using the water as an even larger buffer? Yeah, I'm thinking thermal ballast. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I think I'll just go a regular tank. Yeah. 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 I was leaving the rest of the pipe in there uninsulated, so why insulate the tank? Then I need a liquid pump. Then I need... That's probably everything I need for that section. And then I will hopefully work out what else I needed to do once I got that in. Alright, so let's hop down here. Let's pump in some more gas. What is the pressure inside this network? 8 megapascals. Oh, this is going to come through quick. And how hot? 427 degrees. This is going to come through hot and quick. Yeah. Twisty, this is not a particularly new game. It is a game being very actively developed. But it's not new. No. I can't remember if this CO2 is linked to the hot gas or the cold gas tank. Um... Where can I see, if anywhere at all, the comfort ranges for plants to grow? Growth parameters. Ah, max grow temperature, 50C. Minimum grow pressure, 25 kilopascals. Okay, so I do need to get just a little bit more pressure than I have. So I'm still only at 27 in here. And I'm at 54 degrees. But that might just barely get me there. I think I'm going to push it up a bit higher, though. Minimum ideal is 51, but I don't think I'm going to get to 51. I want to get to a minimal temperature that it can grow. A minimal pressure, I should say. And then I guess I go from there to trying to cool this CO2 line. So I can pump cold CO2 in. Minimum ideal grow temperature is 20 degrees. Max is 30. So I've set it to 25, which is right in the middle. Ooh. I think I need to... just leave that running for a bit. Nuts. I don't think I am going to get my greenhouse ready. Right, anyway. Still probably can. Let's mess with this pipe. I'm going to need more pipe. I'm going to need to put my water tank somewhere. I should really have used the keyboard controls rather than spamming that. Water tank over here, water tank over here. Which is going to be the shorter route? Probably here. That is slightly in the wall. Let's not do that. That's better. I'm gonna need, yeah, I'm definitely gonna need more insulated pipe in order to get, oh no wait. No I don't. Ah. All I need to do is get the insulated pipe over to the part where I put the pump in. Let's put our liquid pump in. Like so. And then the rest is uninsulated. Perfect. Although, I think I'm going to move that across a little bit. There. And connect it up. Yeah, I could, I guess, get more, like, effectively remove some cells from this space to try and get my pressures and stuff up. But if I'm at 50 kilopascals at 161 degrees, I'm probably going to be okay. In fact, how much CO2 is left in this line? 4 megapascals. I'll leave it running for a little bit longer. Now, let's connect this. Actually, I think I've got that tank around the wrong way. Because I'm going to be running pipes off the walls to run into all of the hydroponics things. I can probably run the pipe back of the thing. Like so. Okay, that's hooked up. So there are no toxins left in the room. However, I feel like for safety's sake, I'm going to leave that filter running all the time. One sec. You have such a love-hate relationship with Stationeers, and inevitably start playing and I'm in a total panic trying to fix disaster after emergency after a disaster to keep myself alive, and before I know it, I've been playing for 6 hours. I acknowledge it would probably be less stressful if I spent some time learning the game better. Yeah, Vox, it's, that's Stationeers in a nutshell. You are not wrong about any of that. Honestly, that's what makes it fun for me, is that there is so much potential for panic. Alright, let's put some of this liquid across.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, I'll deal with that in a second. So I've also got my other one full. Actually, I should probably just deal with that now. We have less than a litre in there. And we have 23.9 litres in there. Okay. should really put a ladder in there. It's one of those games where it'd be less fun if it was easier. Absolutely true. Stuff that takes out the challenge will certainly end up with you feeling like you're missing out on something. For me, anyway. Empty gas tanks, that's right. Wait for that to empty. And almost there. Alright. Now. Need my brain to function so I can think about what I'm doing next. I think I'm going to send away that trader and hope someone else comes that can deliver me some water. I might sell off some of my copper, but probably not all 600 that he wanted. Yes, I need the water boy. Okay, that's as much as I'll sell. $400. That gives me a decent amount of cash. Don't think there's anything I want to buy from him. Could buy the steel, actually. That might not be a bad idea, because I can't make it currently. I'm still waiting for the heaters to work. Yep. Alright, see you, buddy. Meteor Munchies. I might have those, like, 12-liter bottles of water. Space Engineers and Stationeers do different things well. Space Engineers does the functional blocks well. Like the rotors and the hinges and the pistons and the suspension blocks and all that sort of stuff. Stationeers does gases. There we go. I am not interested in buying sheets and stuff at the moment, because I want to save my money for more valuable things. And I think both of these guys are going to be pointless for me. Because I remember that water was actually moderately expensive. Demon Works, you name me a game that does functional blocks better than Space Engineers with the flexibility Space Engineers has, and I will eat my words. But until then, no, Space Engineers does those well. People like to rag on Space Engineers for that, but it genuinely does it well. And you don't have anything I want at all, but can I sell you something? Not really. So, how much is the autolathe printer mod going to cost me?
Air tank critical.
Yeah, I know, my air tank's critical. That's why I'm going inside, lady. Oh, It's getting critical quite quickly. 49. 46. There we go. Done. Printer mod.
Hydration critical.
Does anyone remember which printer mod it was? I've already forgotten. Autolathe? Electronic? Autolathe. Steel, electrum, constantan, and solder. Sort of tempting. It is 200 bucks, so it's probably not worth it. Alright, I'll send that trader away and then come back in and start wiring up some things, I guess. Yeah, so it's going to be another 15 minutes or so before I can get my next traders. So, let's be power conscious and turn this off. Yeah. Thanks, Scrat. Thanks so much for the 10 gift subs. Thank you very much. Did I miss Shaggy before? I think I might have. Thanks, Shaggy, for 16 months as well. I know I got Silly String. And I now need to do what? Need to cool my CO2 line at least a bit. I wonder. Oh. So I've had these air conditioners turned off since the start of the stream as well. Because obviously they were not doing much. Because they were cooling my O2 line. Oh, sorry, one sec. Ah. So, my O2 line... Ooh, okay, let's turn that back on. So I've got 1.3 megapascals of oxygen. I got in all these tanks. You've got a tiny bit of oxygen in you. Oh, I haven't piped out the oxygen from here. Just pipe that out. Helps if the device is on. There we go. So that should put more oxygen into my oxygen line. Which I need to cool down, so I need to turn these back on. I'm trying to think of the best way, and I don't think there's a best way that with the setup that I currently have, but the best way that I can, sorry, not the best way, but the best way I can with what I've got. I'm trying to think of a way to get my CO2 for my greenhouse cooled within my current systems, and I'm not liking any of the solutions, because one of them is to hook it up to one of these coolant loops here. So the CO2 that's being handled here is actually the CO2 that I'm using. Or the CO2 at this point would actually be it. But I don't think that's going to do enough. I think I'm going to have yet another coolant loop set up for CO2 for the plant room. Unfortunately. Alright, so we'll get that cooled down. How's my power situation looking? We're below 50%. Oh, how's my heat? What's my temperature in this tank? Go up to 468 before it switched off. Okay. Should have emptied this out a bit, but if it eventually gets hot, I'll be sorted. Should be able to get the stuff going in the greenhouse soon, though. Well, yeah, the greenhouse being large has certainly added some complexity to my setup. That is true.
Power low.
Can't deny that. Do I need more cables? I want to see what I'm actually going to do in here. Let's have a look. I think I want to have a separate transformer for my grow lights. Oh yeah, heat exchanger might be a way to go, Zoran. Yeah. Especially once this is actually cooled down enough, this room. We're back at 200 degrees. We're back basically where we started today. Great. But a lot higher pressure. What's the pressure efficiency on this one? 60%. So at least that's cooling more effectively than it was. Oof. But that line is getting hot. Alright. So we're overwhelming the other side of the system, so let's just stop this extra line in here. It's not going to add too much, because I'm just going to reach that overwhelming point first. Oh yeah, the CO2 vent's still on, isn't it? Let's turn that off. 72 kilopascals is probably going to still be high enough pressure once this cools down. So I've got mains coming in there. I can put another transformer in next to that and then runs to the lights. So I'll do that. In fact, I might put 2 more transformers in. One that runs the general room lights and one that runs the grow lights. I'll go make 2 of those now. The jetpack is not polluting. No, the jetpack is full of nitrogen only.
Hunger caution.
Yep. Eat. Drink and be merry. Yeah, ideally once my greenhouse is up to pressure and down to temperature, I should be able to then increase the amount of CO2 in my coolant line. Because the moment it's only at 1.7 megapascals, I could up the pressure on that quite considerably, or increase the volume of this line. Either way, what I want is more moles of gas in that as coolant, so that then I'm pushing that coolant down, because that'll massively increase my buffer for any temperature changes that happen within my base. I have never built a water fountain. I did not know it was instant. I assumed it was just going to be the same. Did not know it was instant. Which sounds like a bug. Right. What was I doing? Transformers. Transformers and cables. Need some iron. Okay. Yeah, I've got 2 arc furnaces. Nope, not that one. That one. So what I'm thinking is transformer for grow lights, transformer for regular lights, logic chip to control the transformer for the grow lights, or actually probably just control the grow lights directly, because I can just batch command them. And then it should be, yeah, easy. I'll just have a manual light switch through the transformer for the whole room lights, because I definitely want to have room lights in there. I'm sick of it being so dark. I tried using the sensors back in a save I played on Mars, and the way that they functioned did not work for what I wanted to do, and I have avoided them since. They were weird. Cables. I was expecting sensors to behave like the ones in Space Engineers. I mean, this was a while back, so there may have been bugs, or there may have been other things that changed. I was trying to use I think I was trying to use a motion sensor or something. I don't really remember, it's been a very long time. I also don't like the idea of walking into a room that's pitch dark and then it becomes... I don't know. I'll think about the occupancy sensor thing. I don't feel like it's what I want to do for the lights. Don't think it solves the problem the way I want to solve it. Also, lights don't use that. Like, they use a bit of power, but it's not the worst. I think I'd rather just put more power production in. Which I should do anyway. I need to get solar going once I've got my hot gas hot enough. How are these looking? More balanced than they had previously been. Oh, you probably could link it with an open door, yeah? Hello. Alright. Not the best thing having to work in here when it's so hot, but... Now, would I be able to... Probably not. Hmm. Grow lights. I mean, room lights and then grow lights. Could be next to that. No, can be... yeah. I think this will do what I'm wanting to do. Why did I just put my uniform on my hopper? It's not what I meant to do. How did I do that without taking my suit off as well? That's quite the achievement. How am I going to do this cabling? I have thought about this wrong. Oh, Charlie! Don't put your head on my mouse hand. Makes it very difficult to mouse. Go. Oh. Oh, come on. Really? Didn't notice that I had to line that up that way.
Saying caution.
Hang on. I gotta undo these again. Didn't leave enough room. Oh wait, did want to leave that one there. Let's try this again. And just for style, I'm doing it this way. "400 freedoms? Oh no!" How am I going to separate these two networks over the roof to get power to one set of lights but not the other? Maybe I just run them off the same transformer? Didn't think about that part. Ugh. Dang. My water is not boiling. It is getting hotter though. But it is not boiling yet. Hopefully this place cools down before it does. Feed power from opposite sides. Yeah. Honestly, I think I might just combine them. So this is going to get real messy otherwise. Because what I was thinking of having was making this a nice little switch for the room lights if I decide I need to turn them off because I'm getting issues with my power. And then this one running the grow lights as a separate thing. Now, because of the way the power was coming in, I decided to have these facing downwards, and then I was going to run this around like this so that I could then run it back up and keep them isolated. But actually, if I put the ambient lighting on the walls and the grow lights hanging from the ceiling, this should work actually. So let's go get some ambient lights. Because I didn't want cabling dangling from the ceiling to try and make them pass over each other on the roof. But if I just put the grow lights on the wall, I mean the regular lights on the wall, that shouldn't be a problem. One sec. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. How many lights for this room? 6, I think? That should do the trick. Yeah, I suppose I could use a fancy button rather than using a switch on the transformer. Do I want an angled light or do I want to go with flats? I think I want to go with the long, wide flat because it seems to give off the most light. You know what? You guys have made me have fun with some of the IC stuff, so sure. I'll combine these onto one circuit. Oh no, I'm going to have to get rid of my stairs to get that cable out. That's annoying. Ah. Thank you. That is a trick I had forgotten I should use. Yeah, nice one. Thanks, Barnaby. Let's just chuck that back in the airlock. And then go this, that, and up to the ceiling. Now, I'm going to put the lights... I'm going to put the ambient lights on the ceiling now that I've changed how I'm doing this. Okay. I can go back in there too. So I've got a 7x7 room. And I have 6 lights, which means I should probably go with a light here. A light here. And a light here. We'll see how that works before I put the rest of them in. Internet high five, place hand on screen. Oh. The discomfort of in the early days of my relationship with my partner, having to educate her on don't touch the screen. And doing so without upsetting. It was an interesting thing to navigate.
Power critical.
Okay. Let's go across. And on. Jetpack off. Light off. You know what? I'll put a little extra light on here underneath the mezzanine level, but not bad. Not bad at all. I do have a touchscreen monitor for my desktop, but not for my main desktop. It's for my, it's for my stream PC. Yeah, Tagari, at some point I am going to have to get a nitrogen supply, but it's still a long ways off. I've only used up a quarter of my tank in the many weeks I've played so far. So, what was my next goal? I should probably check on the traders after I get suit power. And turn that on. And we have Stellar Sprouts and Meteor Munchies. What? 99 degrees is too far. Alright, fine. Just gonna get you first. And then I will turn this way and see if it gets better. No, it did not. In fact, got worse. Alright, what have you got? Nothing, 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 nothing. No. See ya. $104? I've made it worse? Oh, man. Oops, wrong way. That is definitely going to make it worse again. I was trying to make small adjustments because the medium dish is so slow. That was my idea there that didn't work. I was trying to make tiny adjustments, be like, oh, maybe I'll be able to make a small one and it'll just work. No. Failed. The seed one doesn't sell water, does it? Fortunately. Because I actually want water, not seeds. But I guess I could buy some seeds. 125 now. I'm even worse. Okay. I reckon I'm going to move this 90 degrees. And see what happens. What? 125. See which way makes it better. Now that I've got a bit of an angle. Feel like that might be worse. 114, no, it's a little bit better. $120. Come on. Hurry it up. I've only got 6 minutes. You need to be quicker. Stupid slow dish. Yeah, Galactic Gravels needs an oxygenated thing, so I'm not going to be able to trade with them. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. That's interrogatable. Slowly, but still interrogatable. There needs to be a dish upgrade for speed. I think the dish upgrade for speed is automating the dish's acquisition process. I think that's what that is meant to be. Come on. There's a dish downgrade in that the large is even slower. Honestly, I don't think it's time for me to make a script for the dish, no. I'm proud of the scripting I've done today. I'm very impressed that I made something that worked. That is incredibly basic, I get that. But it functions for the things that I wanted it to function for. So I'm very happy about that, but beyond that, I'm like, yeah, no. The thing that I want to kind of spend some time thinking about is whether I can come up with an icy way of balancing my battery draw. Okay, so you sell seeds, seeds, and seeds. And you will buy bulk carbon dioxide, but not very much of it. And it also needs to be cooled, so that's not happening. What seeds do I have in my seeds? Oh, one sec, sorry. Ah. Empty my waste tank before it becomes a problem. Really need my waste tank emptier to be out in my main area. Having it in here is a bit annoying. But until I build up some sort of full-on atmospherics handling room, I don't know that I'm going to improve those systems all that much. What's it doing? Seeds. Seeds, seeds, seeds. Okay, so I have potato seeds, tomato seeds, soybean seeds, mushroom seeds, wheat seeds, pumpkin seeds, corn seeds, rice seeds, fern seeds, and switchgrass seed. So I do have all of the seeds that this guy has. So I'm not sure if there's any real value in buying them. I'm not too worried about the speed at which I'll be able to grow the crops. Honestly. Like maybe I'd buy a pack of potato seeds and a pack of tomato seeds if I wanted to grow them quickly, but I've got heaps of food. But yeah, having crop failure, having some backup seeds would probably be helpful for the ones that I'm going to start out with, which would be potatoes and tomatoes. So they're going to be my risk ones. I may as well get a little bit more of them. I'm going to tell you to depart, and I'm going to hopefully get lucky and get a bulk trader for water. But that's going to be a little ways away. So let's turn this off again. Save power. Yeah, James, the O2 level's going down, but it's still above 6 megapascals, so it's still pretty decent. So I'm happy enough with that. The O2 in the furnace room might not be cool enough to mix with my other O2 just yet. 1 second, I need to have a stroke, apparently. Just a sec, I need to take a quick bio break. 1 sec. I like having a packet of snacks for Charlie in my shed. Means I can reward her when she's not putting her head on my arm. Okay. How's the cooling in the greenhouse going? Let's just dump those there. Oh, I need to put some lockers in the greenhouse as well. And finish the lighting. I can finish that when I go in here anyway. Down to 145 degrees. Getting there. I am getting there. So I was going to put the other lights over here at this row. Oh, burp. Okay, I'm overcompensating with the thrust on that. It's real bad. There we go. Yeah, I was going to have my genetics lab and everything in here, so that's why I made this room so big. Because I wanted to be able to do all of the things in this one room. I should also probably work out my IC10 for... Charlie, no. Sorry. My IC10 for the grow lights before I actually need to start using them, because I don't want to over light my crops. Have a shoot stuff system to move things to each room? Yeah, totally could. Is that something I've ever set up in any of my bases in all the time I've been playing Stationeers? No. What I want instead is a system where I don't have to close the doors. And the doors will close on an emergency, but otherwise won't. I think that is pretty well lit. So once this place is breathable, I can hang in here with no suit, no problems. Barnaby, I want to do... for the airlocks, I'm gonna try and hopefully write something myself. We will see. It may require me writing something outside of stream to try and make it work properly, but... I do like to try and do these things myself if I can. I think it's within my skill set. Which I think I think I can do it. And I'd like to try, at least. Those do not count as sunlights. These do. This grow light here. Okay, so let's get the IC stuff in. Now, a day is 20 minutes. And you need... Is it 5 minutes or 2 minutes of darkness per day for the plants? Light per day, 5 minutes. Darkness per day, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. That's the minimum. Every plant is different. Oh, no. Tomato? So tomatoes 5 minutes per day. Is that the longest? Seems like it could be. Pumpkin? Yep. Doesn't need as much darkness per day. Yeah, Barnaby, I was thinking of mimicking solar, but then I'm like, wouldn't I then need to have a system hooked up to outside? Or does the daylight... Oh, because the daylight sensor can kind of cheat, can't it? But I might just try and do it the proper way. As in not using weird sensors that somehow work. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about mushrooms for a while. I'm going to leave them for a future issue, for future problems. Oh, excuse me. So I'm going to have the lights go to 5 minutes of darkness because I don't want to have to fiddle around with which lights need to be on for which plants, because that is guaranteed that I will stuff it up. No, don't build another one of those. Need a housing. Yeah, the mushrooms could go in the underfloor. Or make another room for them. I'm not sure. I'm not even thinking about mushrooms, to be honest. I feel like they're a very far down the line problem. I'd rather pressurize this space out here before I worry about mushrooms. One, because I'd really like it to not be so creepily silent all the time. It needs some sound. Yeah, and being able to get some O2 from the plants will be nice. Because that was the whole goal, was get plants up running in there to get oxygen and start building up that oxygen. Once I've got the plants growing, I think I'm going to set up a cooling loop to pull CO2 from outside and convert it into plant suitably cool CO2. Which means I will probably expand the size of this cooling room setup and have 2 coolant loops, one for the general atmospheric cooling and one for the plant atmospheric supply. Or maybe actually running them in parallel for cooling the same thing and then doing a heat exchange for the CO2 that I use for the plants. Be better. And yeah, if I then end up with bulk CO2, I can sell it if I want to, but I'm not I'm not expecting I'm going to hit bulk CO2 cooled to below 40 degrees Celsius anytime soon. If I can get it to just the point where I can add some to the greenhouse without killing the plants, that would be nice. Um, Okay, that's ready to go. Now, I should just be able to just do this with a hash command, like using the hash of the light.
Hydration critical.
And a batch command. Oh, excuse me. One sec. Sorry again. This coughing gets in the way of me wanting to do things. And say things. Okay. Edit. Clear. So, define growers. What's the hash for that? There we go. So, I think all I really need for this is something really quite simple, which is set batch growers on to 1, sleep, and then I could just set the number of seconds. After you're done hacking, don't forget to say, I'm in, and close the laptop. Yeah. So, sleep is in seconds. I want the lights to be on for 15 minutes. So I would also... Let's set this short and make sure it works. Then I'll set it long and then I'll fix it up. So 15 minutes would be 900 seconds. So let's do 9. And then set batch, growers on 0. Sleep for 5 minutes, which would be 300 seconds. And then jump to start. Yeah. Confirm. Export. I'm in. Oh man. There are so many bad hacking scenes in movies. And I don't even know about any of... Like, I don't really know how bad they are. I don't know how bad medical stuff is. Man. Don't really know how bad some of the other things are.
Power low.
On. The light has turned on. The light has turned off. Light is turned on. Yay! One of the TV series that always surprised me and impressed me with how good its medical stuff was Stargate. Like, the stuff that's pushed for the sake of the story kind of makes sense to be pushed for the sake of the story. Most of the stuff that Janet says in SG-1 is actually pretty reasonable. I mean, there's a whole lot of extra fluff words that are used because they sound more exciting. But it's actually not bad. There we go. So this should be on for 15 minutes and then off for 5, and the plants should be happy. Creating the world's worst strobe light. Yes. I was just creating a really simple control for the grow lights. That's what I was doing there. So I should probably be able to get a few more grow lights in. How's the temperature of my water? Is it still safe for the plants? Yeah. I think that's where a lot of my heat is going. Into my liquid tank. I might need some pipe radiators. Liquid pipe radiators so I can equalize with the atmospheric temperature a bit more quickly. How hot is the coolant pipe? Oh, it's still really, really hot. Sure, I could pump more water in and cool it that way. In fact, let's go check on the traders. It might actually be ready to go. And then I can make a few lockers so I can bring all the seeds into the grow room. Because I'm almost there. I can't believe it's taken this long, but I also can't believe I'm actually almost there. You're running at 483. $22 kilojoules. Where is it running at? It's at... Oops. Yeah, what am I doing? 483. So I could actually up the pressure in this quite a bit. I shouldn't want to, because it's operating at too high a temperature. But I could. Oh, great, there's liquid in the gas pipe. That's bad. Yeah, let's just change this back. I think I might have broken some things. Stress is going down. Good. I was I was processing things a little too quickly. So one thing I was going to do, if I've got enough power, is actually turn on these ACs as well. Just so that I've got this, because then I'll have both systems running at the same time. And yes, it's going to use up a lot of power, but it might actually get me that room cooled just a little bit quicker. Let's go eat and drink, and then I'll go outside and check on the traders. Food. Got so much food. Wait, if you've got instant drinking and you set up a water fountain in a vacuum room, you basically don't need to worry about a pressurized room at all. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Part of me is like, I don't like that at all. Come on, gas or liquid trader. Asteroid Artisans. What's that one? Barnaby, one is an evaporator and one is a condenser. Yes. Ooh. Fluxus brake hands, battery cells, angle grinder, hand drill, labeler, welding fuel. So that could get me 50 moles of water for 20 bucks. Is that worth it? Yeah, I was thinking of making a combustor to do it. It's cold. Let's just check how much a combustor costs to make. Is that... How... How many moles of water per liter of liquid? So if that's only 1 liter of water, that's probably not worth doing. Combustor water has to be cooled. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's totally not worth doing. Let's forget about that. 52 moles per liter, yeah. It's not worth it. I'm eventually going to do combustor water, but not yet. A mole is a mole, but how many moles per liter changes depending on the density of the fluid. And because we're talking water and liquid water, which I'm not sure is a compressible liquid in this. Use the combustor to make the shower water. scald my flesh off. Oh, only 20 seconds left on. Was that the 3x? No, that's the 5x5. That's the big one. Wait, which one did I just bring down? It was the Asteroid Artisans, wasn't it? Oh, I was too late. I'll wait for the next one. Fingers crossed. It's a good one. Come on. Crack. Give me the random. Give me something good. Give me gas or liquid. Something. At least my turbines are running well. Oh, sorry, one sec. Come on. Pay less liquids! Yes! No! Why? Why won't you let me interrogate? You're only 73 degrees. Arg! 73. Alright, let's go that way. Oh, it's going to let me do it at 74 when it wouldn't at 73. Brilliant. That makes sense. Ooh. While that's working, I'm going to have an apricot delight. I just had a moment of freak out as I was looking down at my snack, and the trader went away. I thought it was my liquid one going away, and I was about to go be very unhappy. Oh, I'm very happy about this. Come land. Now, apparently I don't need this, so I'm going to get rid of it. Although... Hang on. No. So... Oh no, I don't need it. I was about to say, if the, if the pump doesn't empty this side of it, then it'll be a problem. But it does. Because that's fully empty, whereas this has got the water in it. Alright, buddy, what have you got to sell? Bulk water, 237 liters. The liquid nitrogen canister might be useful. I'm going to do something that's probably going to go really wrong. Oops. Oh, I may as well vent those out anyway. I am going to open that liquid nitrogen canister in my greenhouse. It's probably not going to do much, but I'm interested to see what it does. It may do blammo. Wait, I can open it, yeah. Open. Wasn't that exciting, but temperature's down to almost 100 degrees. And we've got almost 2% nitrogen in here. Which will be helpful for the plants. I was thinking of also potentially putting some liquid oxygen in here too. If that worked. $2 for that one canister. Not bad. Thanks, Nilsteam. Thanks for the prime sub. Alright. Yeah, I'm seriously tempted to buy those. But let's do the bulk water. Now, I think I was able to buy 60 at once. I'll start with 10. Capacity 85. There we go. Do 85 at once. But I won't do quite that much. I may run out of cash before I've bought all the water. Let's go 60. Jeez, it empties real quick.
Waste tank caution.
I'm gonna have to go inside in a second. Well, let's buy the rest. I don't have enough money.
Air tank low.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. But that's more water in the system, and that should allow me to cool down the water inside the greenhouse, cooling down the greenhouse. Yeah, was it 200 liters I just bought? It was something like that. It was a fair bit. Hmm. It's enough to last me, a while, hopefully. How's my oxygen in here looking? Has it cooled down enough? Yes, it has. Why are the number of moles going up? Where was that oxygen coming from? Weird.
Power critical.
Very weird. Pump that through. Increase my oxygen pipe again. Oh, right, from my waste tank. Yeah, good point. Yeah. Because I just put a waste tank in that was full of oxygen, and that got passed through. Yep. That's where it was coming from. Because I'd been hanging around outside using my cool oxygen to cool my suit. I think I might empty this pipe network, turn off those AC units, because I don't need them on, and save myself a bit of power. I installed O2 pipes. O2 pipes for what? It's in the Mac. You mean for like buying bulk O2 or something? I'm hoping to make bulk O2. If the greenhouse can operate relatively reliably, then I'll be in a situation where I can have it producing enough oxygen from the CO2 that I pull from the atmosphere. And at that point that it's running fairly reliably, that'll be when I'll probably end up thinking about... I think this is just going to take too long. That's when I'll probably think about things like setting up a coolant loop for the CO2 from outside. So I can have constant CO2 coming in. Oh, have I insulated, not installed? Mostly? There are a couple that aren't. Why did I come through here? I had a reason. Oh, I know why. I want to move the water into this system. There we go. Now that water's at a better temperature. We got 23 liters on that side, and we got 180 something liters on this side. Alright, I've mostly cleared out the water, but not entirely. Hooray! Now the room can cool down a bit. $98 degrees. 99 degrees. Oof. I really want to plant a plant today. Don't know if it's going to happen, but I'd really like to. Is there anything insulating the rooms from outside? There's no movement of heat from outside into those rooms. See ya, Horman. Or at least there shouldn't be any. With the way it's set up. There's no, like, movement of heat from the ground into the steel frames or anything like that. Oof. Okay, turning on all those air cons is certainly chewing through my power again. But it was kind of necessary, because these are both in the red. Would adding more water into this system help? Probably for a little bit. Ah, well. It did a fair bit of cooling for a while. It is at least something. Now, what should I do? I've run out of money, so I should send away this trader. I need to wait for this for the greenhouse to cool. And I need to get more power. No, there is nothing I can sell to you, is there? No. Build ink. No. You're useless to me. Alright, let's turn this off. Wait, how long do I need to wait? About 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, gotta hope for an alloy trader, so then I can hope for another liquid trader. And remembering how much that liquid trader cost, I am gonna need to actually max out the alloy trader next time I get one. Did the building guy buy solder? Notice that. What do I need in order to make the bigger batteries, I guess. Is that what I want to do? I do need more power. One thing I was thinking of doing... Oh, that's right. I wanted to make the heating room. I wanted to try that as well. But one thing I was thinking of doing was doing a very bodged solar setup. Because I think... Yeah, the basic heavy. Putting a couple of these flat on each of my feed-in lines. So that I get at least, during the days, a bit of extra boost of power coming through. Not setting them up to be tracking or anything like that. But I just don't know whether it feels like it's worth it. Or whether I should just go and make more wind turbines and make yet another wind turbine setup. So they are cheaper. Because I need more power. I've managed to improve my power situation, but it is still not great. Especially with all these air conditioners running again. Which I should probably turn off because I am starting to run low. I make the radiant thing pipe for the greenhouse. I didn't. I shouldn't need to, it seems. I shouldn't need to put the radiators on the pipe network in there. It seems to be transmitting, like the heat seems to be transferring from the air to the tank reasonably efficiently. How much are the radiators, though? Pipe radiator liquid. I can make a couple anyway. Yeah, I'm kind of torn whether I want to have a bigger reservoir so that when the storm fills me up, it fills up everything, or whether I want to have more baseline generation so that I can not need to worry about the storms. I genuinely am not sure which of those is going to be better in my circumstances. Yeah, I was thinking of just putting a pipe radiator there and a pipe radiator there. So hopefully that when the atmospheric temperature equalizes, the liquid will cool more rapidly. So that's going to be the issue. If the liquid in the tank gets too hot, it's going to take too long to cool down. Well, the reason not both aren't is it's too expensive. Yeah, Barnaby, that's a fair point about the way I've automated the pipe heaters going off percentage full. If I add more batteries, I probably need to set that percentage to be lower. Alright, let's do the batteries. And then I can try and put them in as a stepped thing as well and see if that helps. This one? Yeah. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. I don't know what temperature that comes through at. Not super hot. Oh, it's getting hotter. True, Shadow Drake. That is a very good visualization of it. It is very much like maximizing the size of a rectangle. If it's very wide and not very tall, then the area included is small. And I'm not sure which of those I have right now. During a storm, I know which I have, but I don't know which I have the rest of the time. But it'd be cool against what, though, with a Stirling engine? Won't I be putting heat... Like... Won't I then just be undoing what I've already done? I know I'm generating some electricity from that heat differential. So some of it's going into current rather than... But wouldn't it be a really bad... Like, wouldn't... I feel like I'm not particularly well set up for Stirling engines. Like, sure, if I was on the black hole planet, it would work. Vulcan, that's the one. Thanks, mate. Thanks, James. Don't know why I spaced on Vulcan. Is this one empty? Yep. Backup is empty. Just wait on this gold and start making some big, big batteries. How hot did my things get? 472. Not particularly hot. That, and let's go. What I need is everything. I just need everything. I need more steel. Make more batteries too. I just need more of everything. Uh, 575 Kelvin, Bergatron, is the temperature inside the thing. The condensation chamber. 580. Sorry. What I should probably try and do with some of the water that I've got is potentially sequence these guys like I sequenced the air conditioners. So I can go and do steps of about 200 degrees with a second cycle of those, which might help make it more effective. Which may well be the next big job to do. Not true, Barnaby. Big batteries are about 20% more than two smalls. 9 megawatts versus 3.6 plus 3.6. Battery. I checked it last week. There we go. Able to store 9 megawatts. And 1. What? For some reason. Oh man, those are so slow to make. Do I have enough room to set this up if I make it a bit more compact? Probably do. And it is probably worthwhile doing. So my plan with the batteries is to probably leave these small batteries as the intake from each of the branches of the things. What's my brain? From each wind turbine input. So I've got 4 different power plants, I suppose. And I'll put 4 of these down, one as the intake from each one. And then I was going to put the rest of them on a second network that was separated by 2 large transformers. And then I can put all the other batteries on that. And hopefully have enough large batteries that I monitor the large batteries instead of the small ones. My hope is that that will balance it out and leave me more likely to have some capacity on each line for charging and not have it so unequal. But I don't know how much of an impact that will actually make. But I thought it'd be an interesting thing to test anyway. Okay. So if I'm going to do that, I'll probably have my large batteries all over here. Any supporter at any level on any of the platforms can join the scrapyard server. Oh, I need to make electronic parts as well. Ugh. Basically, what I want to do... no, I don't want to do it the way that I was talking about, because if I do that, during a storm, it'll cap out the first battery, because I won't be able to draw off enough power from all of the 4 batteries to go into the next thing. Dang. I want the bigger batteries on the starter bit. Probably, maybe? Can I make enough big batteries to have all 4 of them lead into a big battery? I've got 1, 2... I'm making a third. Can I make a 4th? Yeah, this is electronic parts. It's actually the 2 that I would need for it. Yeah, large batteries feeding the small batteries seems to make some sense. So what do I need for this? A bit more gold, which I have already made, and I've got some here too. Alright. So that's how I'll do it. I'll still monitor these small batteries, because they'll be my base pool, but then the pool for each of the powered plants will be going into one of these large batteries. So I'll be adding 3 extra large batteries to my network that can be drawn from. So I should be able to put the batteries over here and fairly snug against the wall. I might leave myself enough room to move behind them. Like so. Yeah, there was a bird noise just then. That was odd. I don't know what type of bird it is. I can't remember. I need to build one at a time because I need to make sure that I have actually turned it on. Oh wait, they're at the front. I can put them all down. What am I talking? It's only the small ones I need to worry about that. Are we looking 58% done? So I'm going to put the 4 of them along here. Branch each of these cables in. Annoyingly, they're not going to be in the best spot, but it'll still have to do. And then I'll move the 6 of these over onto this wall with a couple of big transformers in between. And then hopefully I will have effectively 3 more. Just shy of... Actually, I may have doubled my pool for storms if I get to that. Just not bad. I mean, James, I'm gonna have to wait for the thing to print regardless, so it doesn't really make any difference which one I print first. Probably won't matter. Lowen, there's some weird prioritization that happens with the which battery power gets drawn from. So as you can see, my large battery is full. These ones are almost empty. Why? I don't know. They're all on the same network. They just have been drawn from in that way, and it just means that, yeah, it's weird.
Hydration critical.
No, Barnaby, I'm doing the opposite of what you just said. I'm actually draining the power down to a lower level before I switch over to, not heating the pipes. Oops, didn't mean to do that. My plan is to actually, yeah, just... because I won't have a large battery on the main network. Oh, wait, I should eat. Dandage, between when these happen and the VODs go on my Flipsy YouTube channel is variable. It's usually only a couple of days. Why do I take my suit and helmet off when I drink and eat? Because it helps my hygiene slightly. It improves my hygiene a little bit, so I feel like it's worth doing. Thanks, Lusk. Thank you for the 2 months. How's it going? At least until I shower, yes.
Power low.
Alrighty. Sheets, welder. And that. Okay. How expensive are the little batteries? Can I just make a couple of little batteries just to make that pool a little bit larger without having to spend all of the expensive stuff? It still needs a fair bit of steel. I'm tempted. Yeah, I'm gonna make another one. So what I need gold and copper. We got gold, and I will go get copper smelted. Yeah, Burgertron, the solar panels are too expensive for me to make, and I can't make them right now. I don't have enough hot gas, so I've got to make do with what I've got. And yeah. So I can't actually make solar panels. Or at least the ones that can withstand a storm. I'm a little annoyed that I'm gonna probably end up having a storm pass while I'm setting this up, which sucks. How do I plan to place batteries when I expand the wind farm? Beyond going to a 5th bit on the wind farm, I wasn't planning on expanding beyond that. I think I should be trying for solar by that point to fatten up my baseline power generation. But I'm not sure. I made room for 5. I did not make room for any more than that. Big Blue, the challenge with Venus, and I know there are some kind of almost glitchy ways to get around this, but the challenge with Venus is that if you make an enclosed room, it gets really, really hot. And you need to have an enclosed room in order to have it safe from storms. So having basic things inside the basic solar panels inside a building, the building's probably going to get super hot and explode. I'll come back to this in a second. So we've got the copper smelted. So what I'm doing right now is trying to set it up so that each one of these cables on this wall is coming from 8 wind turbines. So the idea will be that each one will feed into one of these batteries. So I'll have 4 batteries along here, eventually 5, so that it can feed to all 5 wind turbine farms. So it'll feed into this. Then these will feed into large transformers, which will then feed into more batteries on this wall. Those batteries will then feed the base. So it'll be a sort of a 2-tiered system. The hope being that that might load balance a bit better than our current circumstance. I don't know about whether there'd be a problem with using a vacuum room for the solar panels, actually. That could work. I don't know. Yeah, Stellite glass windows are super expensive. Like, I'd have to get an alloy trader to buy more Stellite than I currently have. Now, I was thinking... Oh, that's right. What do the transformers cost? Oh, let's make 2 of those. I probably should have the batteries outside, actually, because being in vacuum, they're losing... They bleed power because it's cold in here. But I set them up inside, and moving them outside feels like a major pain in the butt. I also don't know if I don't think they take storm damage. No, solar panels do. I don't think the batteries do. Ah, there we go. Shadow Drake's confirmed that I can't use regular glass. I'd have to use Stellite glass, which makes any solar setup on Venus expensive. Something that was brought up in the comments on last week's VOD, which I've considered. I'm not sure I want to do it. I'd like to try and just beef up the system I currently have. But the suggestion was to set up a sort of a feed-in system and an IC chip to automatically turn the coal generator on when I needed a bit of extra power. The reason I'm hesitant to do that is I just really don't want to be reliant on something like that. This room is sealed, so I could just leak a little CO2 in here without too much trouble. I just haven't done it. Let's go. Not gonna fit. That's gonna be real weird. I don't like that. So there's my 2 transformers. So they can all feed into there. Let's get some more heavy cable. Get the copper, which might allow me to build the thing next? Have I got more steel? Got one more. I think I'm just going to have enough to pull this off. But yeah, I probably should put some CO2 in here. One of the reasons I haven't made this room pressurized is I worry about how much extra how much more I'm going to have to empty my gas tank with this room being hot, with that room being hot. So I really don't want to have to constantly empty the gas. I constantly refill my oxygen and recycle it through because of my player suit cooling. Oh, you meant just seal off the battery room. Oh, another airlock? I mean, I could. I'm sure I want to, but I could. What was I making next? I was going to try and make one more big battery, that's right. I can make one more. Because then I'll have the exact same amount of storage that I currently have, with this extra one not counted in my whether the things turn on or not. Oh, that's good to know, Bertrand. At least vacuum's not as bad as cold. Good. Good, good, good. I probably should have made the cables first, not this. In fact, I will. Then I can wire things up while I'm waiting for the thing to print. Well, the shelving is full. I don't have enough space. Which brings me back to people wanting me to build a recycler. Which, yes, I probably should. And probably will at some stage. Just not yet. Okay. That one hooks up to there. Let's go collect some more cable. Oh yeah, Tuvimage, that's actually a fair point. I could just use passive vents to not overpressure a glass room used for solar panels. It's a fair point. Forgot about that. Just automatic equalizing of pressure. Maybe I should do that. Not sure why I forgot about that. Why do I need the transformers between the big batteries and the small ones? Because if I don't, I would burn out my cables. Batteries can draw a lot of power really quickly. More than these big cables can handle. So I need to make sure that I don't overload them. And two large transformers is the same as the max one of these cables can handle. Speaking of, let's max this to the top. Oh. Storm damage will affect indoors equipment if composition of inner atmosphere is same as body atmosphere. Oh, stupid mouse. I was reading chat and I didn't realize I was going back down. That's interesting, Bogtron. Well, good that I didn't bother doing that, because it wouldn't have worked. Give me all the cable. I need so much cable. Alright. Power, power, power. I'll probably have another one over here when I'm done. That's all hooked up. Don't know why I put those away. I need to do more with them. I'm going to need to put the batteries, move these batteries, which unfortunately I'm going to lose some charge from, which sucks. Move them over there. Okay, so I could use a heat exchanger with the outside atmosphere to try and keep it from getting too hot. Yeah? Yeah, I can see how that could work. Alright, let's get the big battery. Am I going to make more than one of those? I think I have enough to make more than one of those, which I don't really want to do. Not the worst thing if it happens, but it's not ideal. Disconnect the low charge first. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. To make this easier to replace later, how am I wanting to do it? I can walk around this fully. That's good. Walk between that. I can make it so that I can't walk between that, and that's okay. Yeah, I think I'll start with battery there. Yeah. What does this need? Ah, cool. Battery goes on. Heavy cables. And there's going to be another one on top. Like so. So that should start getting charged, and then I need to bring this out. And connect it to the base's mains power. And I don't think that should blow anything. Yay! Okay, let's deconstruct you next. And you. This is working. I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna make my power better. Somehow. That one goes there. That one goes there. No! I built them in the wrong order. I'm gonna have to deconstruct. No. Ah. I can add an IC chip to this network and just turn them on like that, can't I? Right?
Power critical.
So I could just set up an IC chip that's just like, turn all batteries on. No, the data circuit for the batteries is on the front, so I'll just connect them up to the mains, which is what I want to do anyway. Because that's how the pipe heater controller is working. Lusk, there's a power button on the side of the station battery. It's unreachable on both of these two because I built this side first. I should have started down this end and built toward this way, and I forgot. Which was, whoops. But we will test to see if I can turn them all on. That's right. Can't actually walk around here when these are like this. These are all going to have to go. I walk through that? Yeah. Just can't walk through the junction boxes. Little inefficient, but if I can still walk through it, it makes a big difference to being able to troubleshoot things. Yeah, heavy cable junction boxes do block you, yeah. Oh, man. You gonna let me build the... No, don't be like this! Why? Oh, there we go. Cable. More heavy. So what I was thinking I would do, once I've got all these batteries hooked up, I'll go and change the IC chip that has the pipe heater functions on it to just start with turn batteries on and see if it works. Because in theory, it might. Just gotta wait for enough cables so I can connect the bottom bit. I've left that disconnected. Okay, they're all connected. Let's go see what happens. Through here, grab my IC chip, go back to my laptop, add the extra line. Hope all the batteries turn on. So I don't really have a reason to turn them off. Set. At power on 1. No, set batch. Export. No, I've deliberately connected the data to the mains. That was on purpose. The big ones I don't need to worry about connecting them to the mains though. Because these are all gonna drain into these ones. But I'm gonna add a big one to these ones when I can. Oh. They appear to have turned on, but I have not connected this side of it. Whoopsie. Yeah, Lusk, I've been enjoying Planet Craft Planet Crafter. If you go into it expecting like a bit of a chill game that's got some fun mechanics to it and gives you some nice progression, then you could probably get some fun out of it. If you go into it expecting something that's going to be a serious, big experience, you're probably going to be disappointed. But as a play it through once and have some fun with it, yeah, absolutely. I think for some people, they'll get more than one play out of it, but I don't think I would. I know I just threw away charge, but we gotta move these things now. Oh, this is so messy. What? Oh, right, yeah. Need to hook that up to the rest of everything as well. Okay. Chop this out. Grab this bit out. I'm going to move a big battery in there. And I hope that I have a storm soon. Now, I had a big battery over here, so let's grab it. Make 2 electronic parts. Yep, more floor storage. Always more. Floor storage is best storage. Now, weld this up. Oh, what? Did I not finish? Did I jump before that actually finished? And no, I ran out of power. Ugh. It's almost ironic. Just assumed it was done. Okay. That goes on there. That one's hooked up. Turned on. So all of those are draining all into those batteries at present. I gotta move this one to line up with the smalls. I gotta clean up all this cabling. But it's almost done. I have not died in this stream. There is no sound in vacuum, yeah. It makes this room kind of eerie. I do want to pressurize it just to get some sound. But the amount of work it would take for me to do that feels like a distraction from other things that I could probably get more out of. Being able to do things like having a decent power supply so then I can build things and expand stuff feels more like what I want to do. Okay, need to reset that IC to turn those batteries on because I didn't put it in the loop, which I should have done. Now those batteries should be on. Then, last thing to do will be move this battery, which I'm going to do even though it's got quite a lot of power in it. So I feel like if I don't do it now, it's going to take me forever for it to empty. I would just like to have these sorted. I don't know if those are on. Is there any way I can tell to see if those are on? If they're not getting charged? Oh, I didn't connect the data. No, they are not on. So I'm an idiot. Now I have to do that again. Okay, big battery's built. Let's hook it up. So effectively what I have done, once all this is hooked up and switched on, is I have taken my base from this much storage and added all this much. So I've more than doubled my power storage capacity. So if there's a storm, I will be able to run on that storm power for at least twice as long. That should have turned the batteries on, I think. Yep, they're all on. Yay! Cool. That's a lot more power storage. I have gone from 10.2, 14.4, 21.6. So I've gone from 30 megawatts to 66 megawatts of storage. Megawatt hours. Nice. Nice. That's a big gain. They do not drain evenly. It's really annoying. They seem to drain one at a time and in a pattern that I cannot discern. Thanks, series. It's real weird. Yeah, now all I need is a storm and then see how long it takes for me to chew through all that power. But that is a big improvement. What temperature is the greenhouse at? Let's go see. Da 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 dum. Da 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 da. 61 degrees. $61 and at 52 kilopascals, so it's comfortably pressurized. There's enough gas in here, but I just need to get it down another 20 degrees at least. Yeah. Yeah, I should check the water temperature. The water temperature is probably also 61 degrees. No, it's 27.7. Huh. Did I build the wrong type of radiator? No, convection should be right, isn't it? Yeah, thought that was right. I do have an awful lot of water, so there's a lot of capacitance there. So, I'm going to wrap up here, despite still not planting in my greenhouse. But, I did achieve a lot today. I got a basic, if not ineffective, if not now ineffective, but was effective for a while, phase change cooling setup done. So I can improve that next time by setting it up in a series like I've got... Man, my brain just cannot form words properly. I can set it up in a series like I've got the AC units set up, so that I can do that next time. Try and see if I can get the cooling loop set up much more effectively by having 2 or maybe even 3 of these phase change things chained in a row. That would be my goal probably at the beginning. I've managed to get the greenhouse pressurized to an adequate volume of molecules, and I've almost cooled it down. I've got enough oxygen to survive. I've got the plants going. I've more than doubled my power intake. I've got IC chips running stuff to try and optimize my power usage so I'm not losing tons and tons of power all the time, which is honestly, I'm amazed I managed to get those working and they do what they're supposed to do. I've even got one working for the grow lights. I've done so much. Ah, feels so good. Next time, I think I've got to focus on getting the cooling loop working properly. Although, once that room is cool, this cooling loop doesn't have as much work to do and will probably start getting itself more optimal again. But I think optimizing it with a second set of condensation and evaporation chambers is still worth doing. I will be back on Sunday with some more RVs at War with Black Shadow, and back with more Scrapyard over on YouTube on Sunday as well. And next Wednesday, Assertive Acquisitions returns, as we recorded this week. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody. Bye.